Alex Jones Show on this Tuesday, December 29th, 2014. I'm David Knight, your host today. We're going to have a vintage report from Alex Jones. Welcome to the Alex Jones Show on this Tuesday, December 29th, 2014. I'm David Knight, your host today. We're going to have a vintage report from Alex Jones talking about the venal culture coming up in this hour. We've seen this happen with the Sony interview. We saw that transform from just silly gossip about stars that just really took over the media. Then it turned into a kind of a psyop for the CIA, this North Korean narrative. What they wound up doing was promoting assassination and internet control. And of course it worked out pretty well for Sony, worked out pretty well for the U.S. government. You got people standing up singing God Bless America, going to this stupid comedy as an act of patriotism. That's the kind of desperate straits we're in. That's why this is an information war. We need to get people to understand what's going on. We're going to talk about what's behind that. We're also going to talk about the other aspect of assassination. Joe Biggs is going to also be joining us this hour. He's going to be live in the studio. We're going to talk about a new email that actually is new to me. It's an email from the stash of emails that WikiLeaks got from Stratfor several years ago. It's about 5 million emails, but I don't think they saw this email, at least we didn't see this before and talk about it until just recently. It's an email between people within Stratfor talking about John Brennan's witch hunt against journalists. So we're going to talk to Joe Biggs about that because, of course, Joe Biggs got involved here with InfoWars when he started investigating the death of his friend. We believe it was an assassination of Michael Hastings. And he was one of the people who really took this seriously, more seriously even than Michael Hastings' wife, who, after her ties with the administration, she kind of just went quiet. Initially, she seemed to be very upset about it, but then she went quiet. And so Joe kept investigating that. That's why we wanted to have Joe Biggs here. We're also going to have John Rappaport joining us in the third hour, talking about another kind of psyop. This psyop in the war of GMO, whether or not we're going to have our food labeled, but more importantly, I think, is looking at the real source, maybe adjusting our way that we're looking at this issue. Maybe it's not really about labeling. Maybe it's about just stopping it at the source. We've had victories in that, and as John Rappaport talks about in an article that we had on Infowars.com this last weekend, you can see that right there if you're looking at it, the secret GMO war, double agent betrayal, and greed. And so we're going to talk to him about that article and about a lot of other things that have just come out about GMO, where he thinks this is going to head this year. We've got an article up today on Infowars.com, a new article about Monsanto trying to assert a patent over tomatoes, and a non-GMO tomato at that. And as Alex pointed out yesterday, there's also the issue of states trying to crack down on the transfer of seeds. They're attacking our freedoms at the most fundamental, basic level when they're coming at our food. It's a very dangerous precedent. Of course, it's all about the corporations. We're going to talk about what's going to happen with Obamacare. A lot of people are going to get surprised with some very large taxes this year because they haven't signed up for Obamacare. And I think there's 3 headlines on the Drudge Report that really kind of lay this out. We really shouldn't be surprised that the GOP did absolutely nothing about Obamacare, but rather funded it for another year. We shouldn't be surprised about that. Just think about these 3 headlines. Being uninsured in America will cost you more. New IRS rules are going to crack down on nonprofit hospitals. And Jeb Bush eases out of some businesses like a firm that was helped by Obamacare. Yeah, he cashed in big time on Obamacare. And so don't expect the Republicans who are making money out of this and the Republican corporations that are really making, not Republican corporations, but corporations, both the Republicans and the Democrats. Alex Jones has been talking about this. We've been talking about this here at InfoWars from the very beginning. It is nothing but a massive transfer of wealth from the American public to the corporations. They're going to force you to buy their products, and then you have people like Jeb Bush raking it in. They're not going to do anything to stop Obamacare. Mitt Romney's not going to do anything to stop it. He was working with Gruber to get it enforced in Massachusetts. That was the template for what we've got. Stay with us. We're going to be right back. Welcome to the Alex Jones Show on this Tuesday, December 30th, 2014. I'm David Knight, your host. We have joining us at the bottom of this hour, Joe Biggs is going to be talking to us about an email that came out from the stash of emails that WikiLeaks got about from Stratfor several years ago. This one regards a witch hunt that was being conducted by now CIA Director John Brennan at the time of Michael Hastings' death. We're going to talk to him about that because, you know, with this Sony interview, they've taken the art of propaganda, I think, to an all-new high. We see that this is a movie that the studio executives are talking about being desperately unfunny. It was going to be a flop unless they pulled it. Well, that's what they did. Once they stopped talking about all the silly star gossip, they talked about that for a couple of weeks, and that got a lot of headlines, got a lot of attention for the movie. Then they came up with this North Korea thing, which has now been thoroughly debunked by cybersecurity experts. They've even presented this to the FBI. The FBI is not convinced. We'll talk about that later as well. But when you look at how they're using this narrative, not only for their own personal profit, but how they're using it to sell the idea of assassination, how they're using it to propagandize the people of North Korea, South Korea, and of course the people of America, telling us that it's now our patriotic duty to go see the interview, this silly little comedy. And a lot of people are singing God Bless America in the movie theater. I think that's one of the reasons that it made money for them. It had a very limited theatrical release, didn't make a lot of money by box office standards, but they did sell a lot in terms of direct-to-video release. So they're even looking at that as possibly a new way that they're going to release movies. Maybe they could always have some kind of a false flag intelligence attack with the movie. That always helps. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, but basically this hour we're going to have a special report from Alex Jones, Real Gold special report, looking at the triviality of the culture. Of course, LeBron James, there's a lot of buzz about what he's going to do now. A few years ago, there was a lot of buzz about what he was going to be doing. And when Nico told me about this special report, my reaction was, he's a sports figure. He plays what sport? I don't know. I don't care. Alex Jones is going to talk about that. There's things that we really do need to care about, things that we really do need to understand what's behind it. So Joe Biggs is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour, and then after that we're going to have that report from Alex Jones. We're also going to be joined by John Rappaport. He's going to be talking about the hidden agenda. He had an article about the hidden agenda of GMO this last week, and it was talking about essentially how they're using people to sell the non-GMO project. It's actually a marketing ploy by some of the grocers, trying to use it to tell people, get people to shop with their chain as a marketing advantage, and still at the same time fighting mandatory labeling. Now, there's another way to fight this, and that is to stop it at the source. Because as he points out in the article, if we're going to fight about the labeling, and we haven't been very successful in doing that because they have so much money, they've worked it out to a very fine science, I think. If you look at the early contests against the GMO labeling initiatives, a lot of money. Now I think they've got it down to where they can consistently outspend the opposition about 4 or 5 to 1. They can change public opinion that is like 90% in favor of knowing what's in their food. I mean, why wouldn't you want to know what's in your food? Whether you think GMO is good for you or not. We have labels that tell us everything that's in our food. Why wouldn't we have that? So the public is overwhelmingly in favor of it until the industry starts their propaganda campaign, and then they're able to reverse that. The only place where that hasn't happened is on a small farming community level where people really understand the issue and no amount of propaganda is going to dissuade them from that. In those areas, we've had very good effect. We just had that election in November where the Hawaii overwhelmingly stopped GMO production in one county, and they had $8 million spent in this small local election, the most that's ever been spent on anything in the state of Hawaii, even statewide initiatives. Yet they still lost because the people understood what the issues were. So we're going to talk to John Rappaport about that. There's a story that's up on Infowars.com about Monsanto now trying to
I don't need to want your father. That's your own slot in the you're here to protect it. That is your law. Are you a police constable or a police officer? Yeah. Are you a police officer?
Hey, Sam. I'll continue the playing.
Hey mate, how's it going?
Yeah, good mate, good.
I saw that video earlier. I shared it with Jamie. What do you make of it? The British police are quite fucking patient, aren't
they? Yeah. Patient's one word for it. But I mean, the guys weren't really doing it right in my book anyway. I would have handled things slightly differently, but you know, yeah, you've got to hand it to letting the women doing all the talking. You know, that's that one copper that liked to push him out the bedroom door upstairs seemed a little pushy too. You know.
Yeah.
But you know,
I'm sure, Mark, that somewhere along the line, yeah, there will have been, you know, policing nowadays. That I'm sure the training takes into account all kinds of psychological factors, and I would imagine that in situations like that, probably it's police policy to put the woman forward. I would imagine, simply because most blokes are more likely to be calmed down by a woman than they are by another chap.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I just found that very interesting, the way they stick the young female in front to do the talking. But yeah, because he was more receptive to her than he would have been to one of those other blokes behind, that was for sure.
Well, possibly as well, as she as a younger copper and a more recently trained copper might be more indoctrinated and less likely to actually question what is being said. Because, you know, some of the older coppers,
they know what's going on.
Exactly, and I think policing will have changed such a vast amount over the years that, you know, if you used to doing any job, you've got your way, you do it, and more often than not, when someone, like, as a chef, I always say that if I'm making lemon tarts every single day of my fucking life, I'm not looking at improving that lemon tart, and I'm not likely to, how can I explain this?
Are you done?
If I'm making the lemon tart every day of my life, I haven't got time to look at improving the lemon tart. I'm just making the lemon tart. Do you understand? So just because I've made a lemon tart every day of my life doesn't actually mean that someone else might not have a better lemon tart recipe. It's just I haven't had the time to look into it myself, and I would imagine that goes on in the police as well. You know, they get into their ways, and then when people come along with all these new rules and stuff, it must drive them bloody crackers.
Yeah, whereas in actual fact, they're sort of doing things in the opposite. They're coming up with ancient rules.
Yeah.
You know, they're trying to bring up the ancient rules. So yeah, it all sort of leads sort of credence as to why they'd put a young one in front.
But the thing is as well, I mean, with this whole sort of scene, I suppose, I don't know, I reluctantly call it a scene, but oh man, it's terrible when you forget what you're saying as you're saying it.
Yeah, it's just that. Yeah, it's the happenings that go on around the whole fucking pot and whatnot movement. It's changing because globally it's being more recognised as a health benefit.
Yeah.
But globally, they are going to. I think at the end of the day, they being the hierarchy enslaving the U's, the government, are going to have to change their policy, aren't they? Because the U's aren't going to have it much longer, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just.
It's like suppressed. It's kind of like suppressed technology. We all know it's there, and we'd love to see it out in the open, but it's going to cause such a shitstorm that it does that they try to keep it hidden more. And the same being for pot. We know it's got good benefits, and it's general common sense, but the boss guys don't want that because they know the shitstorm it's going to create. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but you'd imagine, wouldn't you? And I think this is probably what's happening now. You would imagine that all of these people that will feel that they're going to be adversely affected, i.e., pharmaceutical companies, by legalization of cannabis, then why the fuck aren't they looking into cannabis? But you know, I'm sure they are. And I think I shared an article with Bobs the other day about GW Pharmaceuticals have actually patented the use of THC and CBD as a cancer cure.
Yeah,
So
right.
they've now got the patent on that.
So that's what it's all been on the hold for, so they can get their shit sorted and cover their asses, so when it does come out to the public, they can make some money out of it that way, because they're going to be losing the other way.
Yeah.
I get it. It's just so they can get their piece of cream still. But
Yeah,
doing now. But doing nothing.
No.
But that's why I try to, like, I'm having this little discussion with Steve O'Man 3 at the moment. You know, I watched that clip he did in regards to Tony and
I don't. Is that the guy they call Bagman?
yeah.
Can you put the clip up, Mark? Because I haven't seen it. I've heard people talking about Bagman, and I've got no idea who they're on about.
You know who Tony Meehan is?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Tony, James Cox, I think Colin, James Slattery, and I think James Slattery might not have been in it, but there are a few people that were in a hangout 2 or 3 days ago, and I'm not too sure who brought up the question. I think it might have been Bagman, asking about consent with a 12-year-old having sex with.
Oh, this whole thing about if you don't subscribe to acts and fucking statutes, then you must be a paedophile. That stupid argument.
Yeah, the argument that you're condoning pedophilia if you don't subscribe to stats and statutes, and and Tony was, Tony had been drinking, so naturally Tony didn't handle that too well. And he put up a video saying that he's no longer going to be on YouTube anymore, and now Steve O'Man or Bagman's gone and sent his reply back. And it's all about a question, and I'm not too sure. I'll play the clip because it explains it more. But the question being whether it's okay with with consent, and the whole argument being that the word consent thrown in there means that it's okay. Well, my argument is that a 12-year-old doesn't fucking know what consent means.
No, exactly, and they haven't exactly.
They're taking the adult word out of that statement. Consenting adults, not consent. Full stop.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about an adult thing.
And people can be cajoled into doing all kinds of things, can't they?
Yeah, they'll think a piece of paper gives them the right to go and kill a whole lot of fucking 6 million Jews or whatever, or the rope at the end of their neck in the fucking trials didn't show who was right and wrong there, didn't it? They still fucking swung. Hang on, let me find this Bagman clip I was talking about. And that would be here somewhere.
I remember what I was going to say a moment ago. I suppose from the point of view of a policeman or someone coming up against a freeman on the land in the course of their duty, being the civil servant or whatever they might be, it must be like someone saying to you, I mean, if someone came into my house and told me that I had to abide by a fucking rule that was scrawled on the fucking wall of a cave, and had relevance to and life in fucking cavemen times, and told me that I was I had to abide by that, and those were the rules that are still standing. It must sound exactly like that, though, mustn't it, when people are hearing it for the first time?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when they've learnt that they're their own self and they have their own self-governing, no one that's just learnt how to be self-governing wants to be told by someone else how to govern.
No.
I found that clip there, man. Hang on. I'll just put it up for you.
That's right.
There it is. Yeah.
The kids you've got, yeah?
No, I'll just
And I've never mentioned your kids. I've never said anything.
back it up.
YouTube, right? I won't want to bother respond. Yeah, the name's Ben. YouTube, right? I won't want to bother responding to this, but I want to take a break from wanking and just generally being a troll on internet and respond to things.
Because Tony called him a wanker.
Tony
All
Meehan,
right.
before we start, right, he always says to ask is to ask a question an immoral act, right? All I did was ask him a question. Well, I didn't actually ask it him. I asked it to James Cox. But Tony and him were in chat room. We were in his shed because he'd been screaming and shouting in the house because we were all drunk. So his wife had thrown him out into the shed. So, just setting the scene. I'm not making a slate of his
Yeah.
because I'll go into these accusations he's made. And I'll tell you exactly what happened, and I'll tell you people that were in chat room that you can ask. It's a private chat room, you can ask what happened and whether I'm telling people I'm lying. If they say I'm lying, I'll let you abide by that, but from what I remember of the chat room, this is the facts. Facts. Remember.
I've been thinking about it all day.
I bet you, because you were drunk as a lord. That's not first time, is it? But it's taken him 3 days to do this year. Because he's running away from situation. I asked him a simple question. Under his, this is James Cox I'm talking about, under his self-governing rules, what would happen with a man that has sex with a child? And I've changed the ages. Yes, I did, because I was trying to elaborate on what point does it become an offence under your self-governance, under the rules where there's no written laws. I'm not saying I agree with all statutes and acts. I'm not saying I agree with most of the statutes and acts. I'm saying that there needs to be some kind of rules, and they need to be written down, because if you're saying, well, my moral standing says I can do this, but there might be somebody else out there that ain't got the moral standing that you have, that decides they want to take advantage of other people, and so there needs to be something written down so you've got a community guidelines. Right? That's what I was saying, that there needs to be written rules. And I specifically said, and I'll ask Colin Johnson, what else were it wrong? Tony B and James Cox. And the last conversation I had, because I was getting irate because I couldn't get a straight answer because they were too much shouting, so I was trying to talk to James Cox. The disagreement between James Cox and Anthony kept putting in and screaming and shouting. And I said to Anthony Meehan, right, if a man, an adult man, has consensual sex with a, I can't remember if it was 8, 6 or 12-year-old child,
Doesn't matter.
what happens to that man? Is it a criminal offence under your rules of no written laws?
Citizens' castration.
Right? And his answer was, the answer is in the question. It's consensual. Natural law that you're saying, Tony, still needs to be written down.
No, it doesn't.
Else it can't. You don't seem to be able to comprehend.
This gives some context to it now. I understand better now.
What I'm saying is,
What's that?
I understand better now why he put that video up. Tony, in the first place, because I had no idea what he was talking about, and I had a feeling it was something to do with something Badder might have said.
No, it was a conversation after the hangout ceased to be live, and it was the after hangout do, and there was just a few of them in that hangout having a few conversations, and by that stage, of course, everybody's roaring fucking drunk. Well, Tony is, and you can't get a word in edgewise sometimes. So yeah, my guess is shit hit the fan, and this is all over this whole pedophilia thing to do with Freeman, and I'm saying, just because it's got nothing to do with pedophilia and a free man or a man who just wants to stand as a man on common law sort of thing, or natural law, or whatever you want to, whichever bell rings your fucking fancy. None of that has to have any tie to pedophilia, and I don't get the link. I really don't.
Well, it's the argument that people come up with, which is, oh well, if you don't agree with statutes and acts, then what are you going to do if someone murders you? Or it's just an extension of that fucking stupid argument.
That would cause harm, so therefore natural law.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. As with having sex with a minor, that would be causing the minor harm, would it not?
I would imagine so.
So therefore, that would be causing harm, and therefore against natural law. End of fucking story. That's it in a nutshell for a natural law. How natural law would concern sex with a young kid, because it would be causing them harm.
Yeah.
No matter what. And I had one guy came back and said, don't forget there's customs and cultures. In some societies, 12-year-olds are given off as wives, to promises and marriages, and like India and shit. And I'm going, okay, then go live there, but not in this fucking culture.
No. I was amazed. Yeah. Karen's story. I don't know if you've spoken to that lady Karen from Ohio very much.
Oh, the 61-year-old girl.
Yeah.
He was a florist or something, lost your job last year. So I think that was it.
Yeah, she came from a polygamous commune.
Oh, did she? I didn't know that.
Yeah. They tried to promise her to marry someone, I think at the age of 8, to a 61-year-old guy.
Good God.
Yeah. And she's a Mormon, and I was talking to her about did she think that like it had anything to do with Mormonism, or did Mormonism enable it in any way or make any excuses for it? And she said that she thought it had something to do with the fact that, in the Mormon religion, you were only allowed to ever have sex to reproduce. So it just meant that, that you could have, you had more excuses to have sex, basically, because you got more wives. So, if one's already pregnant, you can't have sex with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, absolutely.
But I was intrigued to know where that kind of polygamous, I think in Hindu or Muslim cultures and things like that, you can see where it came from. Sure. Within the religion, but I couldn't understand how that had happened in the middle of America. But she said it had something to do with like frontier times and people whose husbands had been killed were taken in by other families, basically, to give them honor, and eventually they just ended up marrying the.
I get it. Yeah, looking after the other man's wife for him as he died on the battlefield.
Exactly.
Or in those days, looking after the other man's property.
Yeah, quite. Yeah. Or in Carl Lentz's eyes, doing exactly the same thing nowadays, by the sounds of things.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. That's where I mean, just because a religion or a culture says it's okay, to me, still doesn't beat a moral standpoint that it's not.
No,
and just because they legally made slavery okay for a while there, didn't mean morally it was okay at all at any time.
No.
So, to me, just standing as a man with standard natural law and a good moral grounding, that's it. Don't need anything else, because if you can stand by basic things like that, then you're not going to do anything that's wrong or that'll cause harm.
No, I think government ought to be something you can opt into or opt out of. And I'm sure perhaps in the very early days of it, it was, if you could prove that you were self-governing and that you could manage that.
Yeah. Services not required, thanks very much, sort of thing.
Yeah.
In the old days, people just didn't want to sign up on the dole, and they thought that was it. But they're still registering to vote, so they're still part of the society. So, and the illusion of voting, well, that's just bullshit in the first place. It's
but not signing on the dole. I mean, that I can't understand how for some people how that can be a choice, because like
absolutely not in this day and age. But like my father, when he was a freezing worker, he still is. He's retired now, but he worked at the freezing works for 35 years, and it was seasonal. So on the off season, when he wasn't working as a freezing worker, he refused to sign up.
As a what worker? Sorry.
As a freezing worker. He killed sheep. Right, okay. As a freezing worker.
I've never heard that expression before. Freezing. I've never heard that.
You guys would call them what, abattoirs, wouldn't you?
Oh right, yeah, seen, yeah, we do, yeah.
Yeah. So as he was. So you know, he always found other work. He went and worked out at a what do you call it? The apples and oranges and out in the fruit yards, just on the
Yeah.
offskirts of town. So he did that on the off season, but he refused to go and sign up on the dole and be a bludger, so to speak. But then that was a different time where you could get a decent amount of work, and Dad was like me; he'd always put his hand to whatever he needed to and make it happen.
Yeah.
So yeah. But these days, I mean, I have to be on a benefit. I've got 3 kids, and there's no other way to without it support
No,
them.
exactly. No.
But then, then my belief is that that benefit is set up there for my benefit. It's not set up there to control me. And the government was set up for my benefit. It was set up to protect property for and of man. It's real simple. Not to control man or its property. You know, these things were made by us, not to control us.
Yeah.
Fair enough to have a governing rule, but when you start throwing the old enforcement word into it, well, that's where it's not free and voluntarily, because you've got threat and coercion, and you'll get a $1,000 fine or 6 months in jail if you don't register your person to vote. So that's not a free society anymore, is it?
No, of course it isn't. Teacup has just shared a link to, I think, what's his face is doing another show, old Carl Lentz. Perhaps we can call in again. I don't know whether or not that's what he's planning. Let's check the link.
What is it? It's Sunday morning. It's about 10 o'clock. Yeah, because Jamie said he does it at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night, UK time. I wonder. Where's that link?
Yeah, let's get that for you.
I'll stop sharing that so I can see.
Gotta wait until where I could get to a place that's a little wider.
Yeah, it's a poor signal.
Yeah, I guess we can start the show with the help.
Oh, yeah, there is. Okay.
Today's third, right?
Today is January 3rd, 2015. This is Ernie Coffee by Carl.
They're playing, mate. We can all hear it.
And Justin's going to be jumping in for a while with Bali is indisposed. He's at his in-laws. So it's kind of
Who's Barley? Is Barley his like English friend or something?
Bali's the Indian English fella that flew him over to England to help him out on the case that he was having.
Ah, right, okay.
You know, I had a busy year, man.
He was the Mackenzie friend for Bali.
Right, I've got you.
And when he came over, that's when he did that whole Birmingham tour and met old Roger Hayes and all that sort of jazz.
Yeah,
Right.
like I said, I'm going to try to get to the house so I can talk. You know, put my phone in my pocket, walk around.
Hey, Woody.
Yo.
One guy says I let up from prison in I think it was Henry County, Texas. And I think that's where a lot of these, I think that's the name of the county, Harris County or Henry County, one of the, I'll get to the letter when I get a chance in the house, but, you know, that's where the Robert Fox guy and all these, you know, what do they call them, freemen? Sovereign freemen, sovereign citizens. There you go. That's where all the sovereign citizens were. And they were trying to do all kinds of crazy stuff. And it's funny if you study
Whenever
like
you hear Carl use the words, it's funny, expect bullshit straight afterwards.
just go into the clerk's office.
That's one of his tells.
What clerk you'd like to follow against, you know, Bob Smith. And she'd say, okay, and she'd just take your application, or she'd take your lien, and she'd just say, okay, and then she'd record it for you. And they said back in the 1980s, this is what the Attorney General's office said. I'm trying to remember his name. I think it was Hernandez. When he read Robert Fox's nonsense. The same thing that they sent me. And it's funny. They asked me, they said, "Can you look at this?"
It's funny. It's funny.
Document, this paperwork
Wait for it.
going into the court. So the man who showed me it, that's the guy, Tom Murphy. He's sitting in jail right now for this kind of nonsense stuff. And I tried to warn him a million times. You got to stop. every freaking day with phone calls and, you know, saying you got to save our leader, Robert Fox, whatever his name was. I think it's Robert Fox, Canadian. You know, you got to, you know, do your duty and, you know, help, you know, your fellow, you know, solve it. Like, holy shit, man, I'm nothing like this guy.
Hold
I
up.
was like, look, people, you want me to give you a little bit of help? I said, fine. Send me the paperwork.
Let me get you a better
And the
one.
Attorney General, I think his name was Hernandez. I guess that's Fernandez or Hernandez. It was Spanish. I said, he said the same thing I did. He said, he actually gave his opinion. He said this was humiliating, like upsetting.
Well, that's the one that worked for me, man.
Oh, try it again.
That was Tom Murphy's paperwork he was talking about?
Oh,
No, nothing. Never mind, I'll just listen to it through yours if that's alright, Sam.
yeah, so like I said, the thing I did when he read his opinion, he gave his opinion of that paperwork. And the Tom, that Tom, somebody's got to do that exactly on the back. When I read the paperwork, I said, well, Tom, I'll try to fix the document for you. So I do have the original paperwork, man. That's what I should do, put the original paperwork on the website so you guys can just click on it and read this ridiculous nonsense. And I told Tom, let me see if I can tighten it up for you guys. So the very first paragraph, say, had about, I don't know, 240, 300 words. And I left 5 words in it, and the rest I redacted. And I tried to explain to him why I redacted this word, this word, this word, this phrase, this sentence. And I said, Tom, this took me about 12 hours to do the first paragraph. You guys have like 300 pages of this nonsense. I said, I'm not doing every damn paragraph. I said, but here, I spent like 12 hours doing it one day for you folks. This is the explanation of why you don't put all these ridiculous, you know, lines in here. This is why you only use these 5 words that you got. Everything else is repetitive, ridiculous, not needed, frivolous. And I said, I'm not typing up anymore. I said, this is the most ridiculous nonsense. He said, he puts this paper padded. I said, he's wasting everybody's time and resources. And that's what they said back in the 1980s. The court clerks were just accepting anybody's lien because the person who actually knew how to come in and do a lien was pretty intelligent, pretty well knew law. So to just come in there and do a lien was pretty impressive. But then once they realized these patriot guys, or whatever the hell they are, started leaning up every freaking body, every cop, every judge, everybody, then they made it a lot more difficult to put a lien into the court, into the county, the court of liens. But,
What happened there? Carl Lentz Conman is logged into the chat. Carl Lentz has hung up.
Yeah, he dropped off. He's coming over the hill. I'm one of those guys who did those crazy leans. All right. Somebody want to come on? Hey, Mike.
hey, how's it going?
Good. I saw you talking to Mark earlier. Yeah, Mark's still here.
That was weird, man.
Hey,
It seemed like they could hear me for a moment.
Yeah, I'm going to ask anybody that's not talking to just mute yourself out, *6, and *8 to put your hand up. And I'm going to leave the board unmuted, and if I see noise coming from you, I'm just going to mute you out, and you can unmute yourself later on. Just hit *6 again. And I've never had to mute a board before, so I don't think I'm going to have to do that tonight either. But as long as we all respect each other and not talk over each other. Utah, outside Salt Lake there, was making some noise. I see your hands up. Can you unmute yourself, Utah? If not, I'll unmute you. There you go. Hey, Utah.
Hello.
Hey, were you able to unmute yourself? Star 6?
No, somebody unmuted me. I don't know how.
Okay, I unmuted you.
Thank you.
There's a bad echo. Are you on speakerphone?
Yes, that's the only thing I can hear on. Is that better?
Yeah, it's no, actually it's not. I can hear myself.
Yeah, let me see if I can get off here without losing you.
Just turn the volume down some.
I guess that doesn't work very good.
No, I can still hear myself.
Your computer isn't on, is it?
What's that?
If your computer's on, that might be doing it, even if the volume's low.
Yeah, is your computer on? Are you on the phone or are you on?
I'm on my cell phone, but I'm trying to get off speaker, but my phone doesn't let me get off for some reason.
All right, is your computer playing?
I'm on the cell phone.
Okay. Try hanging up and calling back.
I'll do that.
No problem. Hey, Yaz. See you get your hand up. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? You got something you want to say? Oh, well. Sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's all right.
What's going on?
Not a whole lot. Just being quiet lately, I guess.
Yeah?
Oh,
Yeah, doing some research.
good lad.
Trying to find a big breakthrough or something.
Good man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find where they hid the back door or the key, or trying to find something.
Ah, the treasure map, mate. Jamie knows how to find it.
Well, look at it this way. You're out in the world and it's wide open. They're the ones that are locked in. They're locked into to the prescriptions of the legislature. Whatever the legislature prescribes for them as their jobs, their duties, their obligations. They're the ones that are reversing. You're a man. You're free. I know it feels like we're the ones that are trapped. To do with you. But it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think a few more of us got to start holding some feet to the fire.
Well, there's people doing it. You know, it's just I'm working with somebody in Ontario now. You know, it's the same thing. He tried filing a claim Monday. Tried filing it again yesterday, and you know, it's just the same thing. Can't get notices into the court. They won't take claims. They want you to use their forms. They don't want to answer why you have to use their forms. You know, what's the law that says I, a man, have to use that form, that I have to understand legalese? And they won't hear it. They don't want to hear about it. You know, it's just it's our way or the highway.
Does small claims court follow rules of civil procedure strictly, or is there some play in there, or what?
I've never studied any rules of civil procedure. Just kind of went with the flow, and I probably should. I'd probably get a heck of an education out of it if I could understand it. But I don't know. That's
something I've never really been sure of, because I keep hearing Judge Judy's common law and
Hey, Judge Judy.
Court is common law, but as far as I know, you still have to follow rules of civil procedure. They're going to give you a hard time.
But you haven't got a fucking signed
really
Judge Judy picture,
sure
have you? Personalised? I have
I
some.
don't think there's a whole lot of difference between proceeding at common law and
someone here speaking about Judge Judy,
they're all drafted
kissing
from
her.
the common law. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of difference, obviously, but there's not, there's not going to be as much restriction in
That's
common.
communication, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody has to.
I actually had
Everybody
a
has to have
custom
a chance
Judge
to
Judy
speak.
bong, man, but
You've
it
got
broke.
evidence that needs to be put in. It needs to be verified. There's certain basics that I think are what you need to know, but not having looked at the rules themselves. One of the things that Carl had mentioned a few weeks ago was the canons of law. The canons, the state canons or the judicial canons for your state, and I found out that in New Hampshire, it's Rule 38, I believe. It's either 34 or 38. I had looked it up back then, and it goes through the judicial canons. Some states are easier to find, and that describes the ethics that the judges are supposed to use. That's definitely worth a read. And then the rest of the rules are there anyway. So you can go through those and check those out.
Yeah, up here in Ontario, I think small claims court goes up to $25,000. That's a few good orders. If it's easier to just do it small claims, that might be an option for a lot of cases.
Well, there's, anything can be in that small claims court, because what if, for instance, if somebody does damage to your front lawn and you want it restored, it might cost you $2,300 to have it restored, but he might be a landscaper. He might be able to send a couple of guys over there and just have it cleaned up for $250. So I'd rather not. I'd rather seek the restoration of the property, and you either take care of it and get the job done, or I won't. And if I do it, then I'll seek the compensation for that particular amount. But if you allow the man that caused the damage to do the restoration, that he might have a way of taking care of that at a much cheaper rate.
He might not.
The opportunity to fix it.
Well, that's all I'm looking for. Somebody makes a mistake, causes me a problem, they fix the mistake, I'm good.
Yeah, and so it's one way to avoid putting down a specific amount. All right, so Utah outside Salt Lake. I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead and try again. No, I can hear myself. Utah, you got a question? Just give us a question and I'll mute you back out.
I'm going to find some headphones.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Wait, he's cold about it.
Wait, that's box.
He's cold tonight.
Carl's going to be back on. He's driving himself.
Well, he's going to be back in this way, yeah? Now what? Is he going to be back in the next way?
He's going to be back, yeah. I'm having a real hard time hearing you. Go ahead and look for him. Okay.
That was the gentleman that attacked him last week, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Sounds like it is. It says Utah outside Salt Lake, but
Well, they're really piling on the trolls now, it seems. So I think Carl is really starting to make some waves.
yeah.
And as far as using their forums, I remember hearing Carl talk about how you just open up, file the claim with their forms, open it up, and just make it a your changes, and then you make the claim because you get the claim filed. Now your claim. Now you can change it to what you want.
Yes, he said that more than once.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he was here. He could just clarify that.
So the courts are they're very different depending on where you go. And where I'm at in New Hampshire, the port down the street from me.
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted.
Oh, what was that? I don't know. No, the board didn't change.
How do you mute?
So they're experiencing in Ontario. However, in Vermont, they're much more laid back, and when I asked them about putting a claim in there, they said you can use your own format, you can use your own thing. See, they just let me put in whatever I wanted. There was no problem. Filed the claim, formatted exactly the way I wanted it. Prosecutor and wrongdoer, everything. The whole thing was laid out. What's that?
Malik Bay.
Who keeps muting Sam?
Malik Bay.
It's not me.
Okay, what's that mean?
Just glad to be on this shoot.
Okay.
Is this Malik from Chicago?
No, this North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, I was told to call in today
By who?
by Mr. Calls.
Yeah.
When's he going to be back on?
Okay.
You want to say something, Malik?
Malik
Man,
Flavors.
I'm just happy to be on this call, man, because we just got so much stuff going on down here, man.
Damn,
we just don't know
son.
which way to go.
Cool.
So I mean, I'm hoping I'm amongst some friends that don't mind showing me and telling me which way to go.
Well, we're all trying to figure it out. Carl was on a little while ago, and he lost the signal going across the mountain heading home. So he's going to call back in a little while.
Okay.
But, yeah, if you've got something you want to toss out there, we can talk about it.
Well, yeah, man. I just got dragged into federal court, and they want to try to actually do a lot of damage. But I keep asking the question, who did I injure? And ain't nobody nobody wants to tell me.
Yeah. Put that in writing?
Huh?
Did you put that in writing?
Well, I mean, I really asked because, when I was in there, for the bond hearing, I asked that question. And I also asked what, that I'm a man and I required to know whether this was a common law venue or not. And these people, man, they act like I was crazy.
Well, if you said it out loud, they're not going to acknowledge what you said because you're speaking a foreign language. Everybody there is speaking legalese, and you're the only one speaking English. So
Yeah,
they don't understand.
Trying to play tennis in a football field. Sorry, guys. What is the charge?
Say it again.
What are you being charged with, Malik?
They want to charge me with wire fraud. They want to try to charge me with fraud. They want to try, you name it, that's what they try to charge me with.
IRS stuff?
Yeah. It start off with IRS stuff, then it start off with bank stuff, so. Yeah.
Everybody loves the IRS.
So when you were in court, if you were saying these things out loud, you're speaking a language they do not understand. And
Well, I have to say it right first.
you put it in writing at first?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's on the record. It's part of it. If you go back there right now and you pull the record, and you look at it, what you put in was admitted into the record?
I mean, it should be, but I mean, I didn't know that I could go back and pull it.
Oh yeah, you can go back. You can look at the record. You can see what's in there and see if what you wrote was put in there. If they ask you how to plead and paper, anything they get, then that's how you plead, and that should go into the record. And you can say, for and on the record, this is my answer, and I say no more. You can tell them, on paper, you can tell them, I'm a man. I required my accuser to come forward and be cross-examined at this time. You can say whatever you got to say, but you got to say it on paper. You can't be speaking English in a Chinese court.
Wow.
Wow. What a load of bullshit.
But okay, I actually put on the record that you got me. That I'm a man and I required, and I required to know whether this is a common law venue. I put on the record that I'm a man and I required, you got me, for whoever's bringing the claim to actually come forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. None of that.
You got to go back and make sure that's on the record, and if it's not, you need to find out why it's not on the record.
Okay. Wow.
The other thing is you can give them notice that you're a man and you're required to know these things.
Okay. Mm. So
how long ago did you go for?
Okay. Well, we actually just like the got started. December the 2nd. On December 2nd, when we went before what they call a bond hearing.
A what hearing?
A bond.
Bond? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was there a grand jury hearing?
Yeah, it was one, but we wasn't invited.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said, yes, it was one, but we was never invited.
You weren't invited, so you were never allowed to present your side of the story to the grand jury?
Right.
That's pretty common, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty common, but you have the right to face your accuser. Not just at the final trial, but you have the right to face your accuser before the grand jury.
Wow.
Yeah, I think before the grand jury is probably the best time to get everything straightened out.
Yeah, but sometimes they just sneak up on you. They indicted me with a bunch of felonies on a Friday, and I didn't find out about it till this is over 10 years ago, and I didn't know at the time. I didn't know that you had to face the grand jury. That's right.
What do you mean? Like whose rules? Their rules?
The rules that they have laid out for themselves to work by.
It's the Queen of Hearts, man.
Yeah, it is.
They can make up the rules.
But the rules of common law are in line. They're supposed to be, when they're dealing with a man, they're supposed to be dealing with the rules of common law. And a man has the right to face his accuser. So that's the bottom line. Those are the rules.
So how do you go?
You give them a notice that you invoke your right to common law, and that you were denied access to the grand jury, and that you require a rehearing so that you may face your accuser before the grand jury.
Okay.
See, the prosecutor is only going to give the grand jury the evidence that he wants to give them in order for them to find you indictable. However, the grand jury is supposed to have access to all the information. They're supposed to look at everything, and they're supposed to judge everything. Well, if they're being denied one side of the story, how the heck are they supposed to come down to a conclusion? It's not a trial, but you know, you're still being accused. You have a right to face your accuser, and you have a right to produce evidence in on your behalf in your own case, so that they can weigh the evidence properly. How can they properly weigh the evidence if I don't know if you've ever heard the saying, but a good prosecutor can indict a ham sandwich. Well, I'm not particularly fond of that statement.
No, me either.
Because their job is to bring out justice. Their job is to make sure it's reflected before. No, not just give them what something that's going to make your career look like it's glamorous, like you're the #1 guy. That's not your job. Your job is to promote justice.
Oh, okay.
I have the same beef here with the Attorney General, and I testified before a committee here in the House
Beef
of
and
Representatives.
fuck's sake, all over it.
And there were some of the committee members that agreed with me, and some of them, one of them in particular, who was a justice of the peace, he felt very strongly that they had no such obligation to produce the evidence that made their case look like crap. And I took exception to that. You should too. You got to put that in as a notice. No, you're a man, and you're giving the court notice that you have a right to face at all times, and that was a grand jury.
Wow.
I mean, I might be wrong. That's my opinion. I might be wrong. I don't know for a fact, but if you have a right to face your accuser, when does that come? When you're hanging by the end of the rope? I would think it comes, from day one. The minute they charge you, your accuser should be made available for cross-examination. You'd be under the burden of that charge any longer than you absolutely have to.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's...
There's somebody in the background over there, Malik?
One. Huh?
Is there somebody in the background talking over there, or is that somebody else's phone? I hear a TV or something in the background.
Yeah, I can turn off the line.
I don't know what that was. Come on back.
Yeah. So. Oh, wow.
When do you go back to court?
February 2.
February?
Yeah.
There's some feedback. Somebody's got. If you guys aren't talking, please mute yourself out. I know it's not Mike and it's not Mark because they never feedback.
Yeah, it's in February.
February. Okay.
Yeah.
Who you working with? You got some people that are helping you out?
Well, that's why I'm calling me. I mean, that's why but that's why I called. Told me to call in tonight.
Yeah. There's different Skype groups where people get together. You can Skype me, Gus.Breton, Gus.Breton, and let me know that you're getting a hold of me specifically for common law, because otherwise I get all sorts of weirdos who get a hold of me. So if you're not telling me why you're getting a hold of me, I'm going to assume that you're just spamming. So and I'll block you. So just say, hey, I'm here for comment. And I'm interested in foreclosures. I'm interested in whatever it is you're interested in. And
Okay.
there's one group where I'll add you to. It's Mike's group, and it's where everybody meets and greets and says hi and airs out their stuff.
Oh, sounds nice.
A lot of good information
Sounds nice.
swapping going on over there. And then once you've got a handle on the kind of information you're really looking for, you can look for a group of people that are already focused on that information.
Okay. When I'm supposed to have a friend that's actually looking, so I'm hoping he's getting this information too. He's listening now, so okay.
Good.
No, thank you. Yeah. Wow. But it's just amazing because, for so long I was actually thinking that these people was actually, actually being, it's February the 18th. A pre-trial. And the jury selection is March 4th.
Jury selection March 4th. The rush.
Hey. Man, I have no idea.
Well, they have a speedy trial rule of 70 days if you're incarcerated, but you're not incarcerated.
Maybe they think he's going to learn some real quick.
Well, you have a right to imagine, but there's no rush. There's a lot you need to know. You really need to hook up with and get familiar with your stuff. One of the problems is that I'm helping some people out with family stuff, traffic tickets, different things, because I want to learn different kinds of research, and whoever gets a hold of me, I try to help them out. But it's very time consuming, especially when you're getting involved with like something like you're talking about. If somebody's going to help you out, they're really going to have to be involved, and usually the people that are interested in that kind of involvement are also dealing with the same kind with a similar stuff going on. So Skype is a really good place to find that. If you guys have Skype information where you want people to get a hold of you, just throw it up on the board, on the chat board. The other thing is if you've got a call, like Mike's got a call on Tuesday nights, I've got a call on Wednesday nights. If you've got a call, a talk shoe call, where you talk about common law, go ahead and throw it up on the board. We need to hook up. We need to get a lot of people working together.
Oh my God! So there's all kinds of people talking shit on this thing.
Yeah, that's sure enough good, because just knowing that it is still actually comprised of me, because I didn't thought it would, been no more, because when you ask these people about it, they look at you, man, like you're crazy.
Well, you are the court of record. You carry it wherever you go. You're the man. Okay. For instance, in the old days, it was the king and his court. Wherever the king goes, the court goes with him. And so, we don't have a king anymore. And
you good cat.
There's all these court decisions that talk about the sovereignty of the king devolved among the people and all this wonderful stuff. But essentially, it comes down to the fact that you are a man and you have a right to face your accuser. If they're talking about a debt, then you have a right to get a bill for whatever debt to society that you owe, and it needs to be true, post-due and owing, and you make payment arrangements. Whatever the problem is, put it on the table and let me deal with it. But don't be hiding that stuff, waiting to ambush me when we get to court in 2 months. Lay your cards out. Tell me what I owe you, and I'll make good. Don't treat me like some scumbag. I'm honorable, and I'm willing to pay. If I did you damage, then show me the actual damage. I heard Carl last week talking about Judge Judy calling Idaho about some dog getting killed, and they have a different common law over there than they do in the state where the incident had happened, and he was just using this as an example. And that's what that's what this comes down to. lay your cards out. Let me know what's going on, and if I've done wrong, I'll make good. But don't ambush me at the last minute, and don't, without giving me a chance to defend myself.
Right. Okay.
Another thing is letter writing. Have you started writing any letters? Have you gotten into that?
No. No.
Letter writing is letter writing. The more I do it, the more I realize how very, very useful it is. A friend of mine here, not too far down the street, he's got a tax issue with the state of New York, and so he's been listening to Carl for a while, quite a while, and he wrote a letter to the tax board. This has something to do with estate tax, and they sent him a letter back, and it was a generic letter, and he sent it back and then sent it to the department head and said, I require to speak to someone reasonable about this issue. I'm a man, and I really want to resolve this as soon as possible. And he courtesy copied the department head and then the next guy up, and he wasn't expecting, he was expecting this to take a long time. And just this past week, he got a phone call from the department head, and the department head called him up to talk to him about this issue, and he wasn't ready for it, so he told him, he said, hey, I'm on my way to work, I don't have time to talk right now, let me get back to you. And he called me up, and we talked for a few minutes, and I told him, you require everything in writing. There's no way you can nail all this stuff down, just off the top of your head. These guys are very well trained in what they do and in their business, and it's a whole lot easier to deal with this in writing. But, you sent out 2 letters, and you got a great response. You got a phone call. So, Mo, jump in whenever you want. Letter writing allows you to communicate and get stuff on the record. And the purpose of letter writing is always, always, always to produce those letters for the jury. So down the road, when you get before a jury, your letters have to be very reasonable. They have to be non-threatening. They got to be polite. And you write letters, and when you don't get a response within 10 days, you write another letter. Hey, Bob, I hope everything's all right. I sent you a letter last week. Here's the number copy. And if you don't get an answer, you send another letter out. You can say, hey, Bob, I don't know what happened. I haven't heard from you yet, but I'm sending a courtesy copy to your boss and to his boss in case you've been laid off, or in case you broke your ankle or something. Who knows? But I'm sending a courtesy copy up the chain of command because I'd like to resolve this as soon as possible. And when you write these letters, you're establishing a track record that you can later bring into the court and say, look, I tried to resolve this. I tried to resolve this 5-6 times already. They're not communicating with me. They're ignoring me. How am I supposed to resolve this? There wouldn't be a controversy if these guys were talking to me.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the kind of letter you're talking about, yes. I mean, I did that because I've actually contacted the agency that was supposed to be, who got all this started. I also contacted the judge. I also contacted the sheriff department. And the sheriff was the only one that answered me back.
Yeah, can I jump in there, Gus?
Hey, Mo.
Anyway, right, yeah, regarding the letter writing, yeah, that is an important thing. I've squashed 2 sort of simple things. One was a parking ticket, and one was a similar to what you guys have over there in the IRS. We have the HMRC over here.
We've got some fucking Brit on now. The other guy had a wicked accent, didn't he?
My taxes are paid through my company. My company must have made a mistake. So I took the money from them, and they come back and said, no, your company hasn't made a mistake, you owe us £300. I thought, well, if I'm pay as you earn, how can I owe you £300? You first have a copy of your legal qualifications and a copy of the public accounts to show where you paid up.
It's bizarre that it does that when I type,
from me as a debt, or, you should be able to balance your books. And it took them 2 months to get back to me to say, we've reviewed the situation. And
it's probably just doing it for your ears, because my typing on a keyboard is going to be so loud or something, I don't know.
And a copy of their public accounts would have showed them up. So they didn't want to get involved with that one, so they backed off. So yeah, the letter writing is important, and it can actually save you going to court.
Wow. Well, like I said, yes, I have actually did some letter writing, like I said, and I wrote him.
Oh, it looks like, is that Carl Lentz back in now?
And he told me, said that the only reason that he put him out because he was asked to come out. And
oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at the chat here. It looks like he's back in.
Who did I injure?
Bob's wanted to know.
Well, what you can do there, you say, right, well, somebody asked me to come out, you can say, right, well, the Nuremberg defence is no excuse. Just because somebody told you to come out didn't mean to say you had to.
Well, yeah, but hey, but they did anyway, so, and...
Yeah, but what I'm saying, like, where most of people tend to go wrong, and I have actually seen this in the past, and I'm a victim of it myself, is when you're going back and you're being sort of vexatious with them. Just pick up on the simple things. You think, well, when they come back and say, well, somebody told me to come out. Oh, okay, well, who is this somebody who told you to come out? Right, and 9 times out of 10, they won't give you their name. So you say, right, okay, well, because you won't give me their name, right, I'm now going to hold you responsible. So because what you're doing is, right, you're trying to conceal this person. So as far as I'm concerned, you're concealing a fraud. So therefore, I'm now going to put it on your shoulders. It was similar to that parking ticket one I did for a friend of mine. They said you overparked. My mate actually paid to park his car. The ticket had fallen off because of the sunlight, the heat in his car. The ticket fell off, and it went through all this rigmarole. And like I said, I just killed it with a couple of letters, and I just said, right, is the money actually owed to you, and does the actual car park belong to you, the council? And they said they come back and said, well, no, it doesn't belong to us. So why are you trying to make money from some property that doesn't even belong to you? Well, this car park attendant put the sticker on your windscreen. Right, okay, well, give me his name. Give me the name of the man or the woman who actually stuck the sticker on my car windscreen. Well, I'm not obliged to do that, no problem. Right, okay, so the book now lies with you. And I've got your name, right? So because you're going to try and protect him, what you're doing is you are concealing a fraud. And they still try to push it. They said, we're now taking to court. We're going to get a charge on your vehicle. So we went to this court, and the court wrote back and said, there's now a charge on your vehicle, which means the council can now collect on it. So all I did was I just voided the order. I just went back and said, well, you can't, because this particular court, which we have over here, which is called Northampton Bulk Centre, it's not even a court. It's only an administrative court, so they're in a court of law. And when I went back and said, right, well, there's the void order, I'm voiding it, because you're not even an equity court, so you don't even understand equity, so how can you get involved with this? And they wrote a lovely letter back to my friend who said, we do not understand the void order because none of us in this court are legally qualified. So I went back to, well, what more do I need to say? But you said you've made a charging order on this guy's property.
Lovely cup of tea and a bacon sandwich.
Yeah.
Well, there's another reason why your order is void. And he's not heard a thing since.
Yeah.
So, simple
I will
thing
just walk away from it.
Rather than sort of getting involved with their issues, right? Because they say, well, under the Road Traffic Act, blah, 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 you must do this. Okay, no problem. You're not going to argue the fact of the Road Traffic Act or the wording of the Road Traffic Act. All you say is, well, thank you for giving that legal advice. I wasn't aware of the Road Traffic Act, but however, thank you for giving that legal advice. Could you please give me your legal qualification? And then they come back and say, well, we're not legally qualified, and therefore you have committed a criminal offence straight away in order to extort information or funds from me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a claim against you. And they back right up and left me alone.
Okay, and that's my next question. I hear people say, make a claim against them, but how do you put a claim against them?
We're just going to fill a claim form in. Any court where you can make a claim, which Carl says is Queen's Bench, you're just going to put a claim in. Now, you may need to pay for it, and we're actually in the process of trying to get our claims in for free. There is a few things which I'm going to try with the case that I've got coming up. But to save all that hassle, just pay for it. Just go get your claim in.
You mean a complaint?
No, a claim.
Okay, well, see, that's what we're saying. Okay, down here, when we try to file a claim, these people think that we crazy.
Right, well, no, right, so what I would do, if you go down and file a claim, this is how I would do it. I would actually just go in, and if they look at you and you sort of, no problem, right, I'm just going to sit in the waiting room until you get me a judge, because I'm going to file the claim with a judge, right? Or what you can do is you can put file on demand, which means it bypasses the clerk and goes straight to the judge anyway.
You say file on demand?
Yeah, you just say file on demand. Or you write on your envelope, file on demand. That way it bypasses the clerk and goes straight to the judge.
Okay, file on demand.
Yeah, right, because what file on demand is doing is, right, it's said to the judge that the woman at the desk has tried to do her job, right, she's tried to do her job to fob you off, and it hasn't worked because you said no, file on demand, and you put her in, and it has to go straight before a judge. Right, because none of these administrative office workers are legally qualified, so they can't say, oh no, you can't put this in, or you haven't done this right, you haven't done that right. All you're saying is, listen, that's what I'm proclaiming. There's no law to say I have to fill in a certain form to file a claim. Right, now, you're public servants, you pay for by the public taxpayer, therefore, right, I require you to do your job and file my claim. If you're unable to do that, right, well, therefore you're in the wrong court. And then what you can do is just sit in the court until it's like sort of closing time for them. And when they come on and say, well, the court is about to close, you say, no, you just give me a judge. Say, no, the court's about to close. You say, no, the court doesn't close. The court's are open 24/7, 365. So I'll sit here right, until you get me a judge. If they refuse to get you a judge, and they threaten you like with security to get security to remove you, well, all you say to security is, right, you lay one finger on me, and I'll have you for a common law assault. Because what you're doing now is like you're interfering with my right to file a claim. So the only thing they can do is call the police, right? So when the police come down and say, right, well, we hate to remove you, well, you do the same thing with them. You lay one finger on me, and I'll have you for a common law assault. So if they say, well, you're breaching this law, you're breaching that law, all right, okay, so you're making a judicial decision, okay. Because you just made a judicial decision on me, right? Well, okay, well, we're in court, let's call court now, let's get a judge in. So when they get the judge in, you've got what you've gone for. You've got the judge. So you say, okay, well, I'm here. There's my claim. File it. But like I said, don't go in and be sort of nasty with them. Just say, no, the courts are open 24/7, aren't they? And they go, yeah, okay, right, well, I'll sit here and wait until you get me a judge.
24/7.
The courts are open 24/7, 365 days of the year.
That's new to me.
It shouldn't be. It's there. If they want to pass an emergency act, they will hold court 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And like I said, it's your court. You pay for it out of your taxes. If not, well, what you do, you thank them for confirming they're running a side so you can conduct your public business.
Wow, man. I mean, this is interesting to me because, like I said, when I try to file a claim, actually against, whoever was.
Sam.
What they do is they just understand their private legislation. They don't understand the public legislation, the common law. They don't understand that. And that's not your problem. That ain't your problem at all. That's theirs. You say, oh, so if you don't understand common law, well, therefore you're working for the wrong people.
Wow.
He's just basically holding each man liable for their own actions.
To sort of have a ponder over.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is interesting because, you know, like I said, we spend so much time down there, man. These people looking at us, you know, sending us from one person to the next, and everybody's saying, "No, we don't know what you're talking about." Even the guy that was elected to be the clerk of court, he's looking at, you know, he's saying, "Man, no, you can't do that here."
Right, well, if you say, no, you can't do that, you say, excuse me, whose name is on that claim? Is it your name or is it my name?
Wow.
So you interfere with my claim? No. But you said I can't file this. No. The name on my claim actually is, it's my name that's on there. It doesn't say your name. So are you telling me that you have an interest in this matter? Well, if so, right, well, please produce your claim. I mean, this show just said there. How do you know until you try it? Yeah, I mean, I've used this time and time again when I've gone into court. You know, when they sent this warrant out for my arrest. So all I did was I phoned them up. I said, right, I'm in receipt of your threat. So they said, what do you mean your threat? I'm in receipt of this threat. You threat to trespass me property. Right, okay, I want to hold court now. I'm coming down. No, you need to make an appointment. No, you've issued this threat. I'm coming down. And I went down, and it totally caught them on the up. And I had this clerk who was trying to convene court. I said, it's not your court. I've got my court record in, I got my claim in, and she just couldn't get anything on me at all. And she kept saying, well, you actually owe this money to, well, it was actually for a fine, and they said, you actually owe money to the court, you were fined. I said, well, who's the court? And she went, well, who's the court? Okay, because I want the court to step in that witness box because I want to face my accuser. And they couldn't. They couldn't do it. And all she said was like, well, I'm ordering you to continue paying what you have been paying. I said, you can't do that. You do not have jurisdiction to make any orders. You are just a mere clerk.
I've got a feeling this might be Bagman talking here, you know.
It sounds like Steve Bagman, doesn't it?
The person talking is Stephen the Man.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, dude, I thought that.
Just
good accent, though, innit?
Yeah, let's keep listening.
And in another hangout chat, that guy is there with Teacup and Mum Pudding, and he's saying, "Oh, I'm just about to," so I'm sure it's him.
And that court said, "No problem, leave that with us." And sure enough, they got me a copy of the US one.
Teacup.
Signature, there wasn't a C on it. Now is I have really claim to the court. I voided this clerk's order based on the fact that she didn't have jurisdiction to make an order in the first place. And then I put my claim in. And I haven't paid the fine for 3 months. And they haven't bothered me. You know.
Wow. Well, okay, so let me ask you this. Well, then how did you handle when you actually tried to file stuff into the court by writing by writing it, but now trying to get some judge to actually say no, we can't even put nothing to the record.
No, right. What I did was because they were
I like his accent, man.
Well, there would be a complaint against them. I actually put my claim in on top of their claim. So I just used their claim number and just put my claim on top of theirs because all theirs was a complaint. So I just put my claim in on top of theirs using their complaint number.
Oh. Okay, so you're saying that we can use their complaint number on our claim?
Well, that's what I did.
Wow.
Because all theirs is just a complaint. Yours is a claim. Right. So their complaint, right, well, it means nothing. So, right, okay, well, I'm actually going to use that complaint number as my claim number.
Oh. Okay, because that was the problem we was having. We was trying to get a claim number. They wouldn't give us none. So we just can use their complaint number as a claim number.
Yeah, right. So basically, all you do is when you actually go in there, you have a copy of your court record, and when you actually get in there, you you just hand the court of record to the, it's like well, we have court ushers over here, and say, give that to the judge or give it to the magistrate. And then once they've got it, I just say, right, served, you got it. Nothing more for me to say. Everything I need to say is in that court of record.
Bob, you hear that?
Hey, Bo, why don't you take a second and explain what you mean by the court of record?
Right. Well,
your claim.
The court of record is, because I know this is where you struggle. It's your claim, it's your cause of action, it's the facts. So when you're doing your cause of action and you are doing cause of action it's the story from start to finish. Right.
That Paul's work, nobody knows what a court of record is.
Because someone does. That's what I'm trying to explain. So your claim is simple, right? So your claim could be trespass on your property, right? And that's your claim. Your cause of action is the story from start to finish. Right? So it could be like every, right? What they've done against you, that's one trespassing your property. Then they threw you in the cell, so there's another trespassing your property. So what you do is you put like all these trespassing in as a story. That is your cause of action. And what happens is with the cause of action is when you're going through, you say, right, well, I was handcuffed. Please see the statement from PC blah blah blah, Exhibit 1A, and then in your statement of facts you will have Exhibit which is the police statements, right? So once you got that, right, then you've got your story from start to finish. You've got all your evidence in there, like your statement of facts is your evidence, right? It's all your exhibits, right? And then all you do then is you just put your remedy in. And your remedy is what you want the court to do, or what you're ordering the court to do. Because if you don't put your remedy in, the judge will make the remedy for you, and he will work in favour of the other side. So unless you get your remedy in, right, you will not get your order. So that is your court of record. So your court of record is your claim, your cause of action, your statement of facts. It can also be, you can also put a notice of limine, which is limiting the other side from speaking. So say, for example, if you've written a letter to the other side requesting information or evidence and they have withheld it, what you can then do is say, right, okay, well, I'll accept your silence for the fact that you don't want to give me the evidence, like you're trying to conceal a fraud. So if they try and discuss that in court, once you've got your limitation to stop them from speaking about that matter, they can't speak because they've had the opportunity to do it before court and they didn't want to do it. So you stop them from doing it before you get into court. But that is all your court record. Your court record is everything in writing. That's what the record is. Okay. Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah. As the old saying is, keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, but the only is the Attorney General.
No.
So that's the only person we're going after.
No. Why is it just the Attorney General? It's not. It could be.
It works in England.
So he's the person that's representing the United States.
How can he represent the United States?
Was he born to represent us?
So he was born Mr. Attorney General, was he?
No, he took an oath. He took an oath, didn't he?
You took an oath. You have to uphold the law of the land, not statutory legislation.
Wait. No. You see, this is how I know you're talking bullshit because you're thinking that legal is different from lawful.
Right, so I'm talking bullshit, right? So you're telling me you understand every legal act in this country, yeah?
No one's bound to know all the law.
Right, well, there you go then.
Right, yeah, so, alright, yeah, moving on. But what I'm saying to you is you're claiming that you can go into a court case and do this, yeah? But, this is, you're talking shit. You're talking shit.
Okay.
Why do you have to be so disrespectful? Why can't you just say, I don't think that you're talking sense?
Because there'll be people listening to this who are in desperate situations, and you're feeding them this shit, so they're thinking that they can go into a court and do this, when in fact
Nobody anywhere has ever done it. Everything.
Really? Hang on. You know nobody anywhere has ever done it?
Right. So can you prove that? Can you prove to me that you just done
Oh,
that?
here we go. Can you prove it? Why does anyone need to prove anything?
You've been talking about lawful things and you can't even prove anything. I'll tell you something.
Right, listen, right, I can, who can I go to? Right, Jedi Knight. You can go to him, you can speak to him because he's heard the recording. We've got Jason Essex, he's heard the recording. Well, I've done a few court cases.
Can I say one thing? All you have to go into Google Scholar, type in Carl Rudolph Lentz, click case law and see what you find up. Carl Lentz has never ever had any success in fraud whatsoever. He's a fraud. It's like you are talking shit. It's all bollocks what you just
You're just a disrespectful person then, aren't you? You're just a disrespectful person.
Yeah, okay.
No, you're here to disrespect Carl Lentz and you're here to disrespect everyone else. So why don't you want to take you off? You're just disrespectful. You're just disrespectful.
Hold up.
Go on, boss. You fucking tell him.
Come on. I need you guys to take turns talking so that we can understand everything that's being said, especially if if you got an English accent, right? I'm going to try to speak slowly because I've got a Boston accent, and just let's everybody just calm down and we can all be heard. So go ahead.
Yes, because
Is he fucking
I got on the call because I wanted help, and the guy was explaining something to me, and I was liking what he was saying, but I don't know who this guy was that said, whatever he just got finished saying.
Right. Look, I will not tell anybody to go and do something which I haven't done myself. Right. Now we've just uploaded a recording that I did in a course. Right. Now what I did, I actually placed the court on notice that it would be a court of record. And what I did, when I got into court, I took the dictaphone out and I put it on the desk in front of the judge, and the judge never questioned it, and I pressed record. Right.
Is this for a criminal offence or a civil?
It was for they tried to mix it, right, because apparently he didn't give any information to the court regarding income expenditure, but he hadn't been charged with anything. And this is what we're trying to find out, what he'd actually been charged with. And the courts were trying to jump the gun by trying to say he's going to go to prison if he fails to give the court his income and expenditure sheet. And it was about 3 attempts the judge tried to get jurisdiction over this. So first of all, she just said, are you willing to give your income and expenditure details? All I said was, I require leave of the court, 2 minutes while I write down the answer. And I told her to refer to the record. So my colleague signed it, we give it to the judge. Then she said, do you realise the consequences of what would happen if you fail to give us your income and expenditure details? So I wrote the same thing out again. Please refer to the court record. Sign it, give it to the judge. The third attempt, she said, if you do not give us your income and expense details, I can send you to prison. Right? So straight away, she then issued a threat. So all we put on paper was, right, this is a claim of, from my friend's name, right, if the judge feels she has the authority to trespass on a man, and my friend's name, property, we require that judge to submit her claim now. Sign it, date it, and we give it to the judge, right, and the judge then adjourned the case. And she adjourned it to make a warrant for his arrest and make him to appear in court to explain why he would not give his income and expenditure details. I thought, well, we're already here for that. What she was doing was, because she put the court record in, it was in our court, she couldn't move. The only way she could move was by adjourning the case, hoping that he would be arrested and brought before a different court where there wouldn't be a court record in, and bingo, they will be able to grab him. So what I did, we waited for her order coming out saying that
they're all talking about bots in the chat.
So what I said, what I did, I actually put in a void order, and then I put a claim in against the judge for exceeding her public jurisdiction, right? And I submitted that to both the county and magistrates. and he hasn't been arrested.
They think his name's Bob's a lot.
And he hasn't been arrested. Right, and I've got that on recording. Right, so if you're saying right, it's bullshit, right?
Can you share the chat screen and all Sam?
Alright, yeah, let's do that.
Right, I'll send you a copy of the recording, right? And I'll prove what I'm saying isn't bullshit. What? Tell you what, right?
Let me say something. I'm not. What you just said there, I'm not disputing that happened. I'm not disputing that everything you said there happened.
Yeah.
But have you took any time to think that maybe it was something to do with the other party's side? Maybe they hadn't, like, you know what I mean? I don't know, ticked any boxes, hey, got sides or something.
The other side, right, had a solicitor working for them. Right? No, this was a firm of solicitors who hired a barrister to work for them, right? This firm of solicitors couldn't even be bothered to turn up. They couldn't even give proof that they actually paid out any money. Benefit all that in, right? So when I went in, I give him a copy of the court records. He says, I'm not accepting that, and he threw it on the floor, and I said, well, you've been...
What's happened now? Sorry if you can hear me munching this bacon sandwich. I apologise for that.
Something to the sound like?
I don't know, man. Do you reckon it'd be worth refreshing it?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're not saying that it's dropped in the chat or anything.
Let's give it a Ricky refresh. Fucking hell.
I want to apologize to everybody. I'm actually doing the towel job. I text call some pictures of what I'm doing. But I wanted to be on the call, so I'm going to mute myself up unless I have something to say. Okay, sorry everybody. Please forgive me.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Hey, floor's open. Anybody got something? Malik, you still there?
I'm still here.
All right. You got something else you want to chime in about?
Well, I'm just, you know, I'm just, you know, I'm just shocked, man, because I didn't realize that all this could be done.
It can't, mate.
I think you should, if you don't have a Skype account already, I think you should go to Skype.com and set up a Skype account. That way you can get put in a Skype group with a bunch of people that can ask questions and get ideas from.
And the ones that a group where you're not going to get anyone to fucking give you a different viewpoint.
Is Cole coming on here tonight?
I'm sure he will. Yeah, he's going to. Well, he was on his way home to pick up his sister, and they're going to grab a bite to eat, and he'll be back on shortly.
Well, I'll come back on in a bit then, anyway.
All right.
Good old Bops.
Okay. Well, listen, guys, I appreciate it, and you know, and I'll be getting back on, you know, on a little bit later.
Fuck, well, everyone's got now.
think that's Joe. Is that you? Oh, much better. Guest 32's got his hand up. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello? Guest 32? This is Rory. Howdy. Who? Rory.
Rory, hey, how you doing? This is Gus.
Hey, howdy, Gus. I've been looking to get you added on. I got to see your talk show site and Skype stuff. And, well, I got like a small list of stuff, and it sounds like quite a few people are having IRS issues. My personal issue is I've gone through the 3-step process, kind of the conditional acceptance.
It seems fucking lunatic that there is
through it. So,
2 fucking hangouts probably talking about the same thing with people that
I keep chuckling about it.
are in hangouts with each other. Yeah, we're sat here in separate hangouts. Hi Karen, how's it going?
Where's the contract and stuff of that nature, and I get back something that says, well, give us 45 more days to look at it.
Yeah.
You know, from a levy, notice to levy, to we need 45 more days to look at it. So I chuckle about it, so I guess I'm just kind of wondering, do I need to even bother with much more to going ahead further? What exactly is kind of the next step? Because
I have a real hard time with giving anybody advice to begin with, but giving them information regarding the IRS, because the consequences can be so nasty.
Gotta be ready to court, really.
Yeah, and so I've been working out my own salvation there, and every morning I get up and I make it a point to think of my letter to the IRS and what it's going to sound like when I write it. And I've been working on this for probably 2.5, 3 weeks now.
What's it going to sound like when you write it? Whenever it's with a pen, it'll be like scrape, scrape, scrape.
I got nothing to
I'm going to type a little bit. Click,
I'm
click,
50
click,
years
click,
old.
click.
You about that age? You younger?
I'm 40, yeah.
Okay.
I'm 40. Yeah.
When I grew up, I remember watching Dracula and the Werewolf, and before that, for people that are a little older, they had the old black and white movies, Creature double feature, and so there's you get these storytellers that are telling you stories, and they make their money.
I'm just going to drop out of this one for a little while and try and get the other guys to come over. I'll be back shortly, hopefully.
Made money from feeding this fear stuff about.
I don't think we're going to miss anything out of the Carl Lynch show for a bit if he's out there having dinner.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to drop back in a bit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's cool. I'm just saying I'm just going to jump back in a bit. I'm going to have some food. In a sec.
How are you, dear?
How you doing?
Oh, yeah, good. Wasn't expecting to be listening to Bop a Lot on Carl Lentz again this weekend, but cool.
Yeah, I thought he was going to start charging for it.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting to see someone pull him up on that one. On that video.
So many listeners.
Yeah, well, he doesn't seem to think that for each person that's listening in, they could be sharing with 10 others. So,
yeah, that's true too. He didn't think that one through very well.
No, and the whole thing about charging for his episodes, they're out there in the public domain already. Copied, duplicated, and mirrored so many fucking times. I've got personally every single episode they've ever released. All 250 odd of them. Yeah.
What a clown. Yeah, I was in the radio program chat for a minute. They were throwing poor Bop under the bus.
Were they?
Yeah, just saying some really mean things about him. That he's a fool and all kinds of stuff. Of course, they got their right to their opinion, but...
Yeah.
And he may be a fool. Who knows? But
I've always told him, to be quite honest, I've always told him that he should go in there and say that he's just an idiot. Just needs to walk in and say that he's an idiot. He's got absolutely no iota on what they are talking about. He doesn't understand any of it. He's not of their society and has no wish to be. Don't understand. It's legal and legally an idiot. The judge will just kick him out of the courtroom and dismiss the charges.
Yeah.
You can't hold someone liable if you don't understand. And if you're an idiot, you don't understand.
And they can't charge you because you can't understand.
Exactly. Can't hold someone to it.
Oh, I like what you had to say in Steve-O Bagman's link that he had posted as far as the legalese and everything as far as common man and
Japanese and stuff, because he was trying to stick to the fact that I was saying I was speaking Japanese, and I wasn't. I was just using that sort of more as a reference point.
Oh yes, exactly.
Doesn't matter what the ease is, it's still a particular custom or society or whatever.
I have my great-grandmother's diary, and it's Dutch, and I can't read it, but I still try.
And
my point, she didn't write in it.
And my whole point was that it doesn't even matter whether I've got a law dictionary and read it and interpret it whatever way I want to. It doesn't matter. It's whoever authored the document, and then whoever's saying that document's got some sort of force and effect over myself, the man. So all I'm asking is for the joinder to happen and ask the man or the woman to take liability for whatever it is they're trying to impose upon me. Because they're my equal, aren't they? They're just a man and a woman just like me. So where do they have the authority at that point?
Of the law, not yours or anyone else's.
So, and once you try holding them to liable, they run away. So, I mean, it's now, what, the 4th of January? I sent away... when did I do it? I sent away the infringement notice, the one that he drove away with on the windscreen, and then he posted it to a person here at this address, and then I sent it back to him with just a little handwritten note with, who are you? Who do you believe I am? Do you believe I am this person? And sent it back with a little notice saying I'll charge them for wasting my valuable time, $10,000, and go right ahead, do what you want, And
well, I charge them with running over your freaking foot.
Yeah, well, I'm not even going to go into that because I've already sent the letter off to Mike Bush, the police commissioner, saying to him that I'm happy to forgive everything. If Neil wants to come up and just shake my hand and say sorry, I shouldn't have ran over onto your foot, all will be forgiven. I'll forgive anybody for their trespass so long as they're happy to accept what they did was wrong and they shouldn't have done it. But I don't think he's going to be that much of a man to stand up and say what he did was wrong. Irrespective of what
because by doing so, he'd be admitting liability.
Exactly. But by his own actions, he admitted liability by reversing back once he realised where I was. And you can hear his door open and the ding happen, and he looks out and he goes, "But I'm not on yet." And then he looks and then he reverses. So, bye. So he's, I mean, I'm not interested in. I'm not interested in really pursuing that. I'm more just getting him and them to leave me alone. Ignore the ticket, ignore all the bullshit, and that's what I've done. The hot potato's back in their court, and it's been almost 30 days. I haven't had a hot potato back. So I should have by now got an infringement reminder notice of some sort. The reminder saying you haven't paid it. That hasn't arrived. The Ministry of Justice, they sent me that notice of fine from the one back in September. I sent them a similar little handwritten note back to them as well, asking for Mr. and Mrs. Ministry to please verify their claim, and asking them, of course, who are they, or who are you? Just trying to get someone to take liability. Yeah. Beautiful, simple little letter, A5 piece of paper, signed, thumb printed in ink. Signed and stamped. See you later.
Delivered.
Yeah, and then just post it. And the beauty is you just go into the post shop, and before you send the letter, just get the postie to put their date stamp on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't. That's basically just getting it notarized by a public official that it existed on that date. Without using a notary, you're using just a date stamp from a public official. And any postie will happily put a date stamp on anything just to verify it existed on that date for you. No one's going to argue with the postman.
And you don't have to send it certified and provide your name and your personal information.
Exactly. I mean, I do anyway. I just, return back to myself. Care of this address.
Tricky.
And the people are going on about not using the court forms, not filling out a complaint form and how to file a claim versus a complaint. It's real simple. You get their complaint form that they say and require you to fill out, and you just put NA on every single fucking bit of it, and then just put, the little dot triangle and perhaps a VC, and just put an initial and a thumbprint on it with, under duress, protest, or whatever, without prejudice written on there just for good luck. And just send that along with a handwritten claim as well as see attached.
Is it assigned a file number or a filing number?
That way they still have to, you can still file their complaint form. All the information just NA means you're not assumptive, you're not contracting in any way, shape or form with them. You're still putting a signature at the bottom of it and just putting see attached, and then attaching your own attachments like your claim form.
Ah.
So that way you're still getting your claim in on their complaint. It's kind of like when I got a speeding ticket back in 2012, I sent the New Zealand Police my fee schedule back then. Okay, and this was before it even went to court. And then back then wasn't too sure on things. I requested a court hearing. And then I went into court in April in 2012 to have the hearing, and I did the whole rebutting the person and the name thing, and I ended up walking out, and I answered the judge. I lost. I left the battlefield first. So be it. It was a learning curve, but I learned a lot doing it. And what I found was that the people that I was studying, like Bill Turner, was bang on. The judge used maxims of law to me. He said the presence of the body corrects any flaw of the name when I was rebutting that I was not that person, and so all of that sort of rang true to me. So there was some truth in what was going on. The fact that I was getting surrounded by 8 policemen over a $30 speeding ticket meant volumes, And I just laughed at them all, said that they were all in dishonour, and walked out of the judge, walked out while they were all still doing their thing, the old summary judgment 1957 or whatever the fuck it is. And I was just laughing, said they were all in dishonour. I asked the judge if he was attempting to contract me. Didn't answer. I asked him if he was under his oath. He didn't answer. But I didn't know what to say after that. I was just trying things out. So anyway, it was a great learning experience. But even back then, when I was questioning and trying stuff out and writing to the New Zealand Police, I supplied a fee schedule. So then what they did, when they had to, file the stuff the Crown Prosecution had to file the claim into the court process for the Ministry of Justice to get involved, they supplied all of the paperwork that I'd sent them, including my fee schedule. So now I have a court record of their creation with my documents in it, proving that they existed on that date and time. So they can't ever say that I didn't give them a fee schedule, because by their own admissions in a court case, they've supplied the fact that I did. Isn't that beautiful?
And they brought it forward themselves. They
exactly.
supplied.
They brought it along with a couple of invoices for $10,000 for the reminder notices they sent me after I told them that I charge up to $10,000 per issuance of any notice from them. I'm happy to accept any notice, but I charge to accept notices. But that was just something I was trying back then. I didn't expect it to work. I didn't pursue the invoices. It was just fun. Gosh, I can go now, is it? Yes, you can. Off you go. Half it with the brush. Go on. Right there. I'll come make your lunch then. Right, right there. Cool. Okay. Kids. So yeah, that's the way all that worked.
You in
So,
the better half speaking yet?
Civilly,
Yep.
all one can ask for, just being civil. Not going into any delvings, yes? Just a little bit. Yeah, yeah. All good things take time.
Yeah, they do.
And I got my little box made yesterday, so I was quite happy with that.
Cool.
Shall we see who's in this other one for Steve? Looks like there's 4 or 5 people in it. Sam's over there now. And Bagman's in there, so shall we have a listen? Do you want to jump into it?
You have a link? I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just a minute. You're in this one, aren't you? Oh, yep. Yeah, okay. I've got your one open. I'll jump into it, which means I'll jump out. But as soon as I'm in, I'll copy and paste the link in for you.
In here?
Yeah. So just stay there for a second. It'll show up for you.
Cool.
All right. It'll just tell me I'm going to swap over now. Come on. Here we go. Take me there. End.
Oh.